Good morning. Welcome to the June 23rd, 2025 regular council meeting. We've got one person registered for open mic. Darla, come on up. We'll just have you sit at the front table there and just make sure the microphone's on, please. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity to speak with me today. My name is Darla Leask, and I am here on behalf of two incredibly hardworking and dedicated young athletes here from Wetaskiwin, Ethan Parsons and Caleb Wilford. Ethan is 16 and Caleb is 15. They've both been members of the Wetaskiwin Orcas Life-Saving Club since they were just 4 years old. This summer, they have been selected to represent Team Canada at the Commonwealth Life-Saving Competition in Swansea, Wales, and later in the Surf National Life-Saving Competition in Halifax, Nova Scotia. For those who may not be familiar with it, life-saving sport is an intense, multidisciplinary sport that combines athleticism with real-world life-saving skills and rescue techniques. It's the only sport where the goal is humanitarian. The skills these athletes train in are literally designed to save lives. You can think of it as a mix of swimming, rescue, and endurance, all under competition pressures. Earlier this May, Ethan and Caleb competed at the Canadian National Pool Championships in Windsor, Ontario. Ethan finished 3rd overall and Caleb 6th overall, both bringing home multiple medals and, more importantly, both earning a spot on Canada's national youth team. This is an incredible achievement, not just for them, but for our city. They'll be representing Canada, but they will also be representing Wetaskiwin on an international stage. They're proud of where they've come from, and their community has been a huge part of their journey. But now they need our help. To attend both the Commonwealth Championships in Wales and the Surf Nationals in Halifax, they need to raise a total of $20,000. This covers travel, accommodation, uniform, and team expenses. There's a short window of time between now and when the boys leave for Wales in July with Team Canada. I have set up a GoFundMe account that as of right now has not been very well received yet for donations. That's why I'm here, to humbly ask for any support that the City of Wetaskiwin may be able to offer, whether it's financial assistance, helping us spread the word, or connecting us with other potential supporters. Every little bit makes a difference. Ethan and Caleb aren't just chasing medals, they're developing skills that will stay with them for life. They are role models, leaders, current and future lifeguards. They're showing what's possible when young people are given the support to pursue their dreams. Thank you so much for your time, your consideration, and for all you do for the youth in our community. If you'd like any further information or are interested in supporting Ethan and Caleb's journey, you can contact myself, or I believe you have the letter that includes Ethan's mother's information. This concludes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Looking for an approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Sue, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Administration would like to add art selection to closed session under section 24. And we would also like to move the auditor up to right after the public hearings if possible.
Yeah, I've got that as 15-3. I was going to make that
Perfect.
recommendation as well. Anything further? Still good making the motion as amended? Okay. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes, 4.1 regular meeting minutes of June 9th, 2025. Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council adopts the regular council meeting minutes of June 9th, 2025 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any errors or omissions? Those in favor? Carried. 5.1 consent agenda. Yep, go ahead.
I move the city council approves the consent agenda as presented. I would like to pull 2 items, if I may,
Okay, so then not as presented.
as amended.
Yes.
I'd like to pull city manager report and FIR board rider.
Anything further? Those in favor? Carried. Okay, let us go into our audit, 15.3.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I wanted that after the public hearings.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
No problem. We'll go 7.1, public hearing for bylaw 2095-25, land use bylaw, minor amendments. So I declare the public hearing for bylaw 2095-25 open at 09:07. I'll ask Planning and Development to explain the purpose of the hearing, please.
The purpose of this hearing is to receive public input on Bylaw 2095-25 that would make minor amendments to the land use bylaw to improve consistency with the Municipal Government Act, streamline approvals for event signage in line with bylaw changes made earlier this year, and provide greater clarity and simplicity for solar panel approvals.
Has notice of this hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, the public hearing is advertised on the city website and whatifwetaskiwin.ca as of June 11th, as per the requirement from the Municipal Government Act, Section 606, and the city's advertising bylaw. In addition, it was advertised in the Pipestone Flyer on June 19th and provided directly to stakeholders who had previously indicated an interest to the city in these matters.
I'll now request that Planning and Development provide their report regarding this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Administration is recommending that the land use bylaw be amended to include language that is consistent with the Municipal Government Act regarding the receipt and completeness of applications, eliminate permit requirements for temporary event signage that meets land use bylaw requirements, and provide a clearer and simpler approval framework for solar panel installations.
Have we received any written submissions?
Administration has not received any written submissions.
Okay, so I'll call upon anyone who wishes to speak directly to council on this matter. Please note you'll be given 5 minutes and just introduce yourself if you are speaking. Give it a second time. Anyone present wishing to speak to this matter? Third and final, any person present wishing to speak to this matter? Thanks very much for the presentation, and we will discuss this and debate this matter later in the evening. This public hearing will be closed at 09:08. Because we're super lucky today, we get a second public hearing. So I'll declare this public hearing for bylaw 2093-25 and bylaw 2094-25 open at 09:09. I'll ask the Planning and Development to explain the purpose of this hearing, please.
The purpose of this hearing is to receive public input on Bylaw 2093-25 to redesignate 5523 49th Avenue from established neighborhood to commercial land use in the Municipal Development Plan, and on Bylaw 2094-25 to redistrict the same property from R2 low-density residential to C3 commercial under the land use bylaw.
Has notice of this hearing been provided in accordance with the applicable legislation and bylaws of the City of Wetaskiwin?
Yes, the public hearing was advertised on whatifwetaskiwin.ca as of June 9th, as per the requirement from the Municipal Government Act, Section 606, and the city's advertising bylaw. In addition, it was advertised in the Pipestone Flyer on June 19th, and notices were sent by mail to landowners and residents within 76 meters of the site.
I'd now ask that Planning and Development provide a report regarding this matter, please.
Thank you. Administration is recommending that the MDP and land use bylaw both be amended to change the land use designation and district of 5523 49 Avenue from residential to commercial. These bylaws are presented together because the land use bylaw must be consistent with the municipal development plan. An application to consolidate 5523 49th Avenue and 5527 49th Avenue has been conditionally approved. 5527 49th Avenue is already designated and zoned for commercial land use, so these amendments will ensure that the consolidated parcel has consistent land use designation and zoning.
Did we receive any written submissions?
We did not receive any.
So now I'll call upon anyone who wishes to speak directly to council on this matter. Second, anyone wishing to speak to this matter? Third and final, anyone wishing to speak to this matter? So I'd like to thank our planning development for the presentation, and council will discuss and debate this matter later in the evening, and this public hearing is closed at 09:11. Now we will get into our audited financial report.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I I meant to say delegation, not public hearings. So the delegation, the auditor won't be here till 10.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to move, change? Would you like a break? Okay. I'd like to welcome up our delegation, please. Bonnie McLeod. Nice to see you again. Whenever you're ready. Just make sure, can you pull the mic up? Just make sure you're speaking right into it. And I don't think it's on. Yeah. And then just pull it right up to you if you don't mind, please. Perfect.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors of Wetaskiwin. My name is Bonnie McLeod. I am manager for Samson Community Wellness Department within the Nipsickapock Wellness and Social Development Pillar. And I am here with my colleagues Anita Makokas and Justin Wong, and we're here to present some information on a grant that we had applied for with the Emergency Treatment Fund. And it is we were approved for the 2-year grant. And on your screen, you'll see that we have sent you the PowerPoint with a summary of the grant itself. There's a background and rationale, which provides information on the overdose crisis, social challenges, what we aim to provide, which are the core services of supporting health, the reconnection to Musqueam for our Indigenous population, and how we're going to implement the grant itself. So with that, I will provide you some background information of the project itself. So our project name is, and you'll have to forgive me if I pronounce this wrong because it's a long Cree name, but the translation itself is the Ultimate Compassion Friendship Center. That's the closest that we could get to the English translation. It's Witamagatuan Friendship Center. And our project aims to support the Indigenous population in the city of Wetaskiwin who experience substance use and related challenges, primarily focusing on Samson Cree Nation members and other Indigenous members. So this population includes not only those who are homeless, but also those who live more or less steadily in Wetaskiwin and those who move back and forth between Musqueam, Wetaskiwin, Edmonton, Red Deer, and Calgary. Henceforth, our target population. So substance use and overdose-related deaths among Samson members, which has been a significant challenge for quite some time, has reached a crisis level that must be addressed urgently. Since October of 2022, 83 Samson members died of overdose, representing 0.83% of the nation's population of about 10,000. Of those 83 overdose-induced deaths, 66 occurred in Wetaskiwin, Edmonton, Red Deer, and Calgary, with many of them identified as homeless and/or transient individuals who frequently move between the Samson Reserve and these cities. Our proposed initiative aims to reduce substance use and overdoses among the target population through establishing a friendship center in Wetaskiwin that will be staffed by elders, outreach workers, health workers like an addiction counselor, PCNs, case managers, administrative support, and an administrator. In collaboration with our internal and external partners, the Friendship Center will provide the following services to the target population. So our project was approved back in February when we received the announcement, and since that time we've been doing some internal work. And so for the period up until March 31st of 2025, we began with basic mobile outreach services. And this was addressing some of the challenges for Wetaskiwin and for I don't want to just say Samson members, but the overall Indigenous population that frequents the city of Wetaskiwin, and of those challenges, that included the crime and safety, which of course we're dealing with the encampments that led to increased assaults, thefts, and property crimes, and that. It also created community tensions. And this was, of course, the tensions between residents, homeless populations, and Musqueam. There was also discrimination because we, due to, with some surveys that we had done, that we discovered that 50% of our members did not seek health care due to perceived racism, and there is also RCMP's treatment. Next slide. So with that, an opportunity came up, a funding opportunity came up, and we, over the, excuse me, but could I ask my colleagues to help me on this, in this part here of the, with the challenges that we were facing and in helping our community members, and that we observed and identified that we needed an access point within the city of Wetaskiwin itself. And with that, during the COVID period, we partnered up with Open Door and Wetaskiwin FCSS in that, and we began providing outreach services in that, and so from there we identified the need for that. So we read the criteria of the grant itself and went through some internal reviews and that, and we applied, and we said, well, let us see if we can seek funding to develop a gathering place. It doesn't necessarily have to be called a friendship center, but an access point, a gathering place. So within this time, we have been providing basic mobile outreach services. We have an outreach team. We met with Hope Mission. We've been accepting their referrals in that and helping our community members access recovery and treatment centers and that. So with that, we've set up a team in that. Within the activity timeline itself, we are hoping that this initiative addresses the complex needs of the vulnerable population. And with that, we are, 5 months? 5 months into the project itself, and we are now working to expanding our mobile outreach and barrier reduction services in that. And with that, that began in April of 2025. We are in the process of recruiting more staff. We've increased our fleet of vehicles so that we can, we are able to transport members. With that, we have also partnered up with the detox centers. In that, we're working with Neoscan. We have been, and Hope Mission. So we've been transporting those individuals to detox centers and that within Alberta, mostly with Safe Harbor and Red Deer. We also work with a couple private treatment centers and that. So with that, we've increased our fleet, we've increased our staff. We're in the process, like I said, we're in the process of recruitment right now. We have 6 outreach members. Right now, we need 4 more just to meet the demand. We have been operating an emergency shelter for the past 4 years now, and we are currently in the process of transitioning that shelter into detox stabilization, which will increase Neoscan currently offers 15 beds only, and if we include our 2 trailers, we're increasing 30 more beds for detox and stabilization. So our aim is that we would begin the recovery process for the individual with our detox center, and then working with, for example, Hope Mission within the city of Wetaskiwin, getting those individuals into treatment, and then providing the aftercare when they're completed treatment. So our project is only up until March of 2026. However, within that period, we are hoping to find an area within the city of Wetaskiwin, in that we did meet with Mayor again back in February of this year when we had received word that we were approved, and with Sue Howard, your city planner?
City manager.
Yes.
Yep.
And so we just had a brief, informal discussion as to what is, what could be available within the city of Wetaskiwin. And like I said, it's, we are aiming to find that access point, because we do have a number of individuals who call Wetaskiwin their home, and we're hoping that we will partner up with the organizations. We have worked with Wetaskiwin PCN with the mental health. In that FCSS, we worked with them when they initially opened up the shelter here, and that we were on a cost-sharing agreement with them. And it's that, I guess what we are seeing is that the vulnerable population within the city of Wetaskiwin they're not just homeless. They are dealing with addictions, and that is what we are aiming to do is to address the substance misuse. Once we have established a gathering place, our aim is to provide resources and support services, essential supplies, and that, and of course, without, with the grant that we have received, there are reporting requirements, so we will be tracking all of our outreach visits which we have always been doing in that. And taking note of demographics such as their age, gender, the ethnicity, and the services delivered, just to measure what our impact will be. So running, with initial recovery support and harm reduction training, like running concurrently with our mobile outreach, will offer harm reduction resources and will build trust for recovery pathways through structured workshops. So what we have been doing in the past is we have been transporting our community members from Wetaskiwin to Muskogee to attend programs that are offered by various departments and that, and and then we transport them back because some of them are claiming Hope Mission as their residence, and that they have the opportunity to utilize our shelter services also. But within the recovery support, we will address overdose prevention education. We are working with Turning Point already. They've come into our community. We have access to naloxone training in that. We also integrate culture. We have elders who share their traditional knowledge and wisdom with our community members, and just in creating those culturally safe spaces, they have that opportunity to meet with elders, arrange like sweats, and attend ceremony when they request it. So with the expanded mobile outreach and barrier reduction, this has been ongoing. However, we will be enhancing mobile outreach services by adding mental health support, ID assistance, job readiness assessments to address the multiple barriers simultaneously. Success will be measured by visits, demographics, services delivered, and referral outcomes. So we do have a mobile health van that has an office in the back, and so we are able to, our outreach workers can meet with the member, in a private space in that, and do the intake, assess what their needs are, and navigate them through the system and to accessing those resources and supports. So we will aim to provide on-site assessments and support with that. We will link clients to primary care and social services through direct referrals. We will help with their IDs and that, and which is a critical barrier in accessing services. The majority of them have no IDs and that, or if they do get them, they're lost or stolen, and so it's an ongoing process. So we're there to help with that. And with job readiness, we can do those employment assessments and connect clients to resources. And that is, we do have success stories with those clients accessing treatment and coming back and just being there in their recovery supports and that. With our recovery support program, we will, from months of, well, within this fiscal year, which we've started already, is we'll establish the ongoing recovery support with culturally informed practices to create sustainable pathways to wellness for our clients. So we do have weekly recovery circles. We have AA relapse prevention programs that are ongoing weekly within Samson and other areas within Muscatchees. We are, in the past, we utilized Camp Ohilo for a 28-day holistic wellness camp. So we are going to continue the land-based cultural camps, and so that we can connect clients to culturally grounded healing. There is evidence that, culture is important in their recovery. So all recovery support will incorporate trauma-informed principles to create safe healing spaces. Currently, all of our staff within Samson Community Wellness are required to take any trauma-informed care training. It's mandatory for them to have the psychological, mental health first aid CPR, and critical incident debriefing, de-escalating, and that. So we are, within the year, we will also focus on building job skills and resilience through accessible training programs designed to support their long-term recovery and independence. With that, we will host employment workshops, peer mentor training, and with that, we're hoping our success indicators will be workshop attendance, the demographic participation feedback. All of our programs and workshops that we offer are complete or end with an evaluation of the workshop itself and that, and so we use that in our reporting. And we will mentor program engagement, and currently we aim to provide that one-on-one client interaction, just following up, just finding out where they're at and what are they needing, and that, and just letting them know that they have support. Next slide. So one of the challenges right now is housing, the mental health integration, and so right now we do have a client intake process where we do help our members relocate in that. However, within housing on the reserve, of course, is we're dealing with overcrowdedness and in that, and we've had a high number of our members relocate to within the city of Wetaskiwin and other urban areas, but our members are finding it more difficult to find places now due to application process by the landlord and that, and so that we're hoping that we can coordinate temporary and permanent housing placements by working directly with local housing providers and that, and so we aim to maintain that working relationship right now that we currently have, for example, with Avenue Living and that. We aim to have our mental health specialists conduct regular check-ins to provide consistent support and early intervention. We will track the housing applications, the placement success, check-in participation, and gather feedback from specialists and navigators. I just need to say that it sounds like this is like we all are aware and know of the challenges in that, and this will be ongoing, and it's not going to happen overnight. However, I do hope to see positive change within my lifetime. You know, being, you know, I grew up in Samson, and that I am a Samson Cree member, and I've been with community wellness for 20 years, and I've seen the changes over these past 20 years and that, and know what the challenges are, and we're always working together to overcome challenges and come up with viable solutions that are going to help our community members in, you know, in moving forward, and that they're not stuck. So with this, this comes to coming to an end of the presentation, but I guess some discussion points that we wanted to bring forward to the mayor and councillors of Wetaskiwin is how can we collaborate on a public announcement to maximize community awareness support? What strategies would council recommend to foster Wetaskiwin resident support? And Friendship Center location, I would rather call it a gathering place, is what site would best serve our target populations while maintaining accessibility. I know there was a brief discussion with Mayor and his colleague in that, and that's down the road, but what can we access in, you know, short term here? And what resources, permits, or in-kind support can the city provide to strengthen this initiative? And lastly is how can the city assist in expediting implementation within our 15-month funder deadline while ensuring community buy-in? And that concludes my presentation, Mayor Gandam and councillors of Wetaskiwin.
Perfect. I'll take a motion to accept his information. Councillor Blatz. So you want to make this public and share what the partnership is, but I think we need to identify what the partnership is. What is it that
Yes.
you're looking for from the city of Wetaskiwin with specific needs? It's kind of a blanket statement to say what can you offer in terms of services in kind, but we would need to know what it was that you needed in terms of services from the city and what that partnership looks like so that we can move forward or potentially move forward on sharing what that is going to be.
So we're, in answer to that, Mayor Gandam, is we are hoping that this will lead to further discussion with yourself, Mayor, and the, you know, councillors and that, and just we have started, well, we do have our work plan. We've identified, you know, key stakeholders in that, and we started off by meeting with Hope Mission and NeoScan, and now we are hoping to meet with other organizations. And I'm hoping that on Wednesday there is a one-day workshop with all of the organizations that we are hoping to partner with. And that, and you know, just finding out what they have to offer, how we can work together.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the interest in not only your citizens as well as our citizens and what you've presented today. I'd like to follow up a little bit on the question that Councillor Gandam asked, and I would...
Thanks for the demotion.
Sorry?
Thanks for the demotion,
What did I say?
Councillor Gandam.
Well, elections are coming up, I guess. No. Sorry, it was my only rebuttal at that time. I'm sorry. The question that Mayor Gandam asked is, if today we said, what do you want from us? Have you got a list of things, tangible things? I know you're looking for our support, but in terms of tangible things, whether it's, you talk about a location, are you talking about access to a building? Are you asking for financial support? What would be on your wish list for today?
We'll just have to get you to come up to the mic, sorry.
You'll have to come up to the mic.
If I may, a number of things we are asking that may not be material, but it's concrete. So number one is I think it's so important, and Bonnie and the leadership at Samson talk about, it's so important to work with you folks, right, in this project. And so one of the tangible things, although not material, is some kind of a co-statement that we can use to announce to both your citizens and ours to say that we are indeed working on this project. And to that effect, our funder actually is quite excited about the possibility of some kind of a media announcement that this project is going on, that there will be a friendship center in Wetaskiwin that we're going to establish, and we will be working with Wetaskiwin. So that's one of the tangible ways. Is it possible to have that public announcement, joint public announcement with the City Council? The second thing is we understand the sensitivity of this project. You know, we know well the idea of not in my backyard. So I think when we, find a friendship center, we're anticipating that there may be blowbacks from certain citizens within Wetaskiwin, depending on the location. So we want to make this good. We want to have a good relationship. So we're also coming here to ask, okay, can we work together? Because we can get a real estate agent and find a place to lease, but our concern is that if we don't do this right, if we are not involving you, to also communicate this to your citizen, that it may have some negative impact. We may upset some of your citizens, and in terms it makes your job more difficult. So if we can work together right from the start, we do have the funding to look at leasing a location. So it's not so much the funding that we are asking for, but we are asking for really a tangible way of us working together, even right from the point of selecting the location for a friendship center. So those immediately are the two asks that we have.
If I may pursue, through the mayor's chair, when at the beginning of the presentation you spoke of a 2-year financial grant to initiate this project, and you've indicated that grant runs through March of 26. So what would your vision be at the end of March of 26?
At the end of March 26, we're hoping within this, that 15-month period, which has started already, that we are seeking other funding opportunities, and that we will be approaching other friendship centers, and finding out how they access funding and that. And we currently have 2 other projects that are ongoing that is dealing with the substance misuse and addictions and that. So we're hoping to sustain it through, within that period. But our goal is to seek funding.
And then you've talked about a friendship center, and immediately what jumps to mind for me is a physical building that's in a location for a long period of time to serve a long-standing need. And I guess what I'm assuming here is right now we're not looking at a long-term facility. We're looking at, let's get the project started with a facility, provide services, seek further grant funding to proceed, and then talk further about what next steps might be.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Platts?
Thank you. Through the chair to the delegation, just thank you so much for taking on this project, and it's a lot of work, and I commend you completely on doing this kind of work. I think as long as I've been on council, almost 6 years, we've talked about friendship centers in the past, and the community has always voiced that as being a need for them. So the fact that you guys are coming in here, you're filling that need, and you're showing us passionately the work that you continue to do and want to do in the future is amazing. So thank you for all of your hard work.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions. When we talk about a gathering space, it's not just a gathering space for Indigenous people. A friendship center is for all, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now you've talked about programs and you've talked about a gathering place. Would you foresee that the programs would be being given to those in need out of the gathering space, or would that be in a separate building?
We are envisioning that the gathering place will have enough room, facilities, etc., to run some of those programs. Initially, one of the key aspects of this initiative is the outreach, because we know that there's Hope Mission, we know that there are other facilities here servicing, some of our members. But one of the challenges that we know is that many of our members also, they are resistant in going to a place that is not managed by, Indigenous people. And even if they are, there are some individuals that just don't want to go anywhere.
Correct.
So I think to slowly establish that trust, that relationship with them, we know that there's going to be a lot of outreach. So initially, the space that we need may not need to be that big. We'll offer some basic services, but we believe that at least for the first 6 months, a lot of the services will be us going out, reaching the individual. But as that relationship gets developed, as individuals become more comfortable with us, we want to then expand and have that space to offer those programs for them as well. And like Bonnie mentioned, we have resources in Samson. We have buses, we have a mobile unit that we certainly can also bring, because in the end, let's face it, we want to be able to bring some of those members, resolve whatever the trauma, whatever the mistrust is that leads them to not want to be in the community. So there will also be that effort as well. So we're envisioning this to be a staged process. The first 6 months, perhaps majority, it's outreach. Then we're going to start delivering program, healing program, reconnection program, out at the gathering place with the goal of integration, with the goal of providing them with the job skills, the life skills, the healing that is needed. So in the end, they get reintegrated, within our community, within our nation. Am I correct?
Yes. And I would also like to add that it will also be an opportunity for cultural sharing, not just with our community members, but with the community of Wetaskiwin, getting them to know and understand our culture.
And that's what I was leading to. And other friendship centers have activities such as, some have boxing clubs, they have dancing clubs, they have other aspects of social integration. So you foresee that as well?
Yes.
Okay. How big is your fleet right now?
We have 18
vehicles?
18 vehicles. We have 3 trucks.
And they assist people in Wetaskiwin?
Yes,
Okay.
they can.
But have they been?
Yes, they have.
Okay, because we lost that service through Hope Mission.
Yes,
So you've taken up the slack from them?
yes, we have.
Okay. One concern I have, and probably shouldn't say this, I'm going to say it anyway, Hope Mission is really not, they don't really want any cultural, indigenous culture at Hope Mission, and you're working with them. They don't allow smudging in there or anything else. So you're going to have to work around them, I think, sometimes with them, but I think you're going to have to work around them too, because they haven't been amenable to the integration of even having an elder there. So just an awareness thing, that's all. When you talk about, excuse me, aftercare, when people come out of the detox and things, and you have aftercare, does that take place at Musquecheese? Yes? So you have programs there for the aftercare?
Yes, we have.
Okay. But you would still like to have some in Wetaskiwin for aftercare as well?
Yes.
Okay. No, I'm on your side. I have a lot of questions, that's all. The other thing I was thinking about is our MLA is the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. We just got a note last week that our Member of Parliament is in the shadow cabinet for mental health as well. So maybe between the two of them, we could get some money. They could actually put the money where their mouth is. And so anyway, thank you. I thank you for your report, and I am in support of this. So, but I just always have questions. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to the presenters, thank you very much. What I'm trying to understand is the difference, or maybe not differences, but how doing the mobile outreach and all the things that were provided in the activity timeline, how that actually fits together with the Friendship Center. In other words, does one happen without the other or vice versa?
We foresee them working together in that, because right now we have currently our mobile outreach visits other urban centers, in that we get involved, we connect with them as to what programs they're offering our urban residents, and not necessarily just Samson, but the Indigenous population, in that. And right now is their transportation is always a barrier, in that, and that has been identified as a huge barrier within our community, and hence the mobile outreach that has been developed over the years and implemented. We see them working together because they would be bringing those individuals to the Friendship Center. There would be a referral process, intake and referral process in place. And
Okay.
that would be with the different partnering organizations and that.
So when the mobile unit goes out, finds somebody with needs, they'd be brought to the Friendship Center.
Yeah. And we're currently doing that. We are taking that transient population if they need to go to an appointment and that, and if our mobile outreach is there, they will transport that individual to that place, wait for them and bring them back.
And this is a Samson project as per se, is that correct? Is it only Samson band? Because there is 4 bands on the reserve, and I'm just...
It was Samson.
Is there a buy-in from the other nations as well?
So just to Councillor Bingsley, in response, we work with all of Musquecheese. We do not turn anyone away. Our focus is on Samson community members. However, we accept all other populations.
Not necessarily of the population. I'm talking about the bands themselves, as far as input, financial support, all of the different things that are going to be needed to provide the services that you're looking to provide.
So we have, in response to that, Councillor Bingsley, we have been working with the three other nations, including Pigeon Lake.
Yeah, Bonnie, just make sure you pull the mic right over, please.
Okay, sorry
It's-
about that.
Yeah, no, it's really important that everybody gets a chance
Yeah.
to hear that.
So we have been working with the three other nations. We have been accepting their members, and through the intake process, we will collaborate with their, different departments in that. And they are now following our, I guess, our model of, support services and that, and they're slowly building those. And so I believe we have great working relationships with the other three nations, and also working with Pigeon Lake.
Thank you.
So, Councillor, just to add to the response and to answer your question earlier on, ideally, in the end, we'd like to see the Friendship Center be fully integrated with the mobile unit as well. But we also know about reality, and the reality is we don't have a place yet. We do have a mobile unit that is functional right now, that is coming out, that is assisting some of the members in Wetaskiwin. So hopefully, as we build that relationship, as we found the location. Right now, you see the difficulty is that our mobile units come from Samson, they go back to Samson. There is not a place that we can actually service members who do not want to go back to Samson. So we can do whatever we do here, but when we ask them, do you want to come home? No, we want to be here. Then we don't have any other mechanisms to build that relationship. Once we have the location, that would be another option for them. Ideally, so we talk about, in the end, we like the location, for example, to even have a place for them to take a shower. Something as simple as that in the Friendship Center. So when we talk about integration of programs, that certainly there'll be programs, but we also want to provide them with some of the basic things that would give them that sense of dignity, which, some of them may not feel right now. So in the end, when it's fully integrated, the mobile unit will work primarily out of the Friendship Center, building that relationship with the individuals here and offering programs in the gathering place or the Friendship Center. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
You've indicated that the mobile unit is serving the community currently. Are they here daily, weekly? How are they currently coming into our community, or how frequently are they coming into our community to meet with the vulnerable population?
They have a rotating schedule, and they are in Wetaskiwin daily.
Daily. And thank you. And so as we look down the road, so to speak, how would you envision operational hours? Is it an 8 to 5? Is it a 24/7? What are you envisioning in terms of that level of service?
In response to your question, Councillor Nielsen, through examples of other friendship centers that I have been, come in contact with, and that their hours they usually run into the evening, and we would anticipate that our hours would be, for example, from 8 to 8.
Thank you. And my last question, I think, how do you guard against duplication of services? So, for example, right now Hope Mission is getting ready to move into a full-time facility. They've talked about programming, as are you folks talking about programming. It was mentioned looking for potential shower accessibility for clients. Hope Mission provides that service as well. How do you avoid the duplication, or are you looking for potential duplication?
we'd like to find a balance between the two. I think it's always good for members to have option. From our experience in Samson, even offering program, on reserve for our members. Sometimes the same program run by different individual in a slightly different manner offering the same service attracts different individual for whatever reason, personal reason. So I think to a certain extent, we don't mind that duplication. So for example, the shower, I would suspect that there are some who is comfortable going to Hope Mission to receive that service, and there'll be some who would be more comfortable once we've got the Friendship Center in place to come to us. But then we don't want to duplicate all the services. As the other councillor mentioned early on, we are very culturally focused. So I think what we will be offering in the end would be a lot of the cultural services, the support, the elders, the smudging, that you won't find in Hope Mission. So same service, but different way of delivery with, more Indigenous focus in our end.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anything further? I appreciate you taking the time to come here and present. Thanks for applying for that grant and being successful with it. I often get questioned, what is Musqueam doing to help with some of the social issues we have going on in Wetaskiwin? And I think this is a real example of the partnership that we can have between the two communities. So thank you for taking the time to do that. And we look forward to hearing the success that you're going to have here and how we're going to be able to work together. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
So, okay. And so through the chair to mayor and councillor, thank you for allowing us to present to you. And with that, we have brought a gift for each of you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 6-minute break and then get set up for the auditor. welcome back. We're going to jump into our audit, please. Good day and welcome. Just make sure the mic's on.
Slide it towards you. No, the
There's a
switch
little
on the
switch
top.
on top. Perfect.
For some reason I thought that green sticker meant it was on, but that ain't a light. All right, I don't know, I'll wait for, okay, perfect, all right. Well, thanks for having me here today to discuss the city's 2024 financial statements. So usually to begin these presentations on the next slide here, I usually give a bit of an overview of an audit, so why we have an audit and the importance of it, and really is to enhance the degree of confidence of those intended users of these financial statements. So users really being yourselves as councillors, ratepayers, municipal affairs, the province of Alberta, so those organizations or individuals with a vested interest in the financial performance of the city. This is achieved by us as auditors expressing an opinion. So we are given assurance that the financial statements are free from a material misstatement. So what that means is as auditors we're seeking reasonable assurance. And so it's a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute, as we do not audit every transaction that happened during the year. Also as auditors, we exercise professional judgment, maintain professional skepticism, so a questioning mind, stay alert to conditions which may indicate possible misstatement. So areas such as cutoff, we want to make sure that transactions have been recorded in the correct period. Revenue recognition, that revenue is being recognized once services or performance obligations have been met. And then also, your receivables, so is the collectability of receivables deemed to be collectible at year end. And then a critical assessment of the audit evidence, so has anything been altered. On the next slide outlines your independent auditor's report. So here we're given our opinion that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the accounting standards that all local government or government organizations report under. The next part of the audit report outlines our basis for our opinion, outlining that we conducted our audit in accordance with Canadian generally accepted auditing standards. So auditing standards are the same across Canada, so whether you're a publicly traded company or a local government, auditing standards are the same. It's the reporting frameworks that can be different. When it comes to responsibility management, those charged with governance for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. And then the last part of the audit report outlines our responsibility as auditors, which in turn is our objective, which is to obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. On the next slide here is a snapshot of where the city was at as at December 31, 2024. You'll see your financial asset position at the top. Cash and cash equivalents was down about $5.5 million, down to 17 from 22 million. Really, you had generated positive cash flow from your operating activities, as well as then purchased tangible capital assets. You had about $9.5 million moved to investments, which is really why you're seeing the decrease there, and another $1 million in debt repayment. On the next slide, it shows here your taxes and grants in place of taxes receivable. Current taxes at year end, about 35% of the total balance, about $800,000. Arrears taxes, $1.4 million. And then as well as an allowance for a couple properties here in which the tax balances owing are exceeding the assessment value there. So just under $2 million at year end versus 2.3 in the prior year when it comes to taxes receivable. The next slide outlines your other receivables here. You'll see receivables from other government, about 4.3 million. So really your MSI capital, your LGFF funding now, 1.6 million. 1.1 million for our CMP billings, and as well as 1.5 in the ICF program there with the collaboration. When it comes to trade receivables, down to 1.8. This debt recoverable is in relation to local improvement funding that you're collecting over the year with tax dollars, so just over $1 million there. And then allowance at the bottom for $868,000 for a total of 6.4 still owing at year end. Back to the next slide, I'll give you a snapshot again of where you're at year end. You'll see your investments up to $18.9 million. So this is made up of a couple things. You have bonds, which are reported at amortized cost, so really what you're paying for those bonds is the value there, so that's about 15 million of the total. And then you have what's called principal protected notes, which are actually reported at fair value on your financial statements. And that fair value component, whether it's either has gone up since you purchased it or down, is reflected in your accumulated surplus. So you don't see a change in that on your operations, but that investment based on the accounting standards is reported at fair value, whereas your bonds are at amortized cost. When it comes to land held for resale, 78,000. So you had a sale of building and land there, the Memorial Arts one. So that way, that's down to 78,000 from 243. Your investment in Peace Hills Utilities up to 14.8 million. So that's your shareholders' equity amount related to that investment there for your utility work. So that left you with total financial assets up to 59 million from 55, or about a $4.1 million change there. When it comes to liabilities, accounts payable and accrued liabilities, so that was at $12 million, so an increase year over year. You had more money just owed to Peace Hills Utility at year end, about 2.4, and as well as to the RCMP for about 1.5. Employee benefit obligations, deposit liabilities, and then you get into your deferred revenue. So on the next slide here, you see your deferred revenue breakdown. So you started the year at 9.2 million. You had additions in the year of just under 17 million, a lot of it coming from the Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership. Those funds were then paid to PHUI in relation to funding for their work, as well as for the wastewater treatment plant. So that left you with grants for capital of just under just at 5.5 million, mainly related to the Canada Community Building Fund, as well as your local government fiscal framework, and then MSI money from prior year still to be spent there. On the next slide, back to the statement of financial position, you'll see your long-term debt here at 10.2. The slide after this actually shows you the breakdown here in relation to the tax supported as well as the local improvement amount. You'll see that there's no new debt in the year, principal repayment of 1 million, and then about 405,000 of interest paid in the year as well. Sorry, just the next slide, yeah. And then the one after this shows your debt limits. So your debt limits are calculated at based on your operating revenue. So total debt limit is at 1.5 times your operating revenue. So that amounted to 53 million at year end. Total debt of 10.2, leaving you with an unused limit of 42 million. And then your service on your debt limit, which is 0.25 times your operating revenue. So how much principal and interest to be repaid in the year of 8.8. Your next year is expected at 1.3, leaving you at 7.5. So you can see the city as well within its debt limits there. The next slide, back to the statement of financial position, you'll see a couple new items here. You have what's called the concession liability. So this relates to your private-public partnership here with Peace Hills Utility. What this liability is indicating is that you provided the right to Peace Hills Utility to operate the water and wastewater facility. So this is the amount of funds that will transfer over time with over 45 years in relation to the use of those assets for that entity. So on the Peace Hills statement, they have an asset component in relation to this amount as well, and then as well as a payment down to PHMI, the other entities, so it's kind of a flow through that way. Your other new item here is your asset retirement obligation. So here you have a liability for 10.7 million. So this is measured using a present value technique. The present value is calculated based on undiscounted cash flows, about 9.2 million at various rates of 1.6 to 3.21. And the items associated with this mature between 2025 and 2069. So the asset retirement obligation has always existed within tangible capital assets associated with the city. It was just never reflected on your financial statements. So this represents that when certain assets get to the end of their useful life, there is a cost associated with retiring those assets. So this liability is showing you what that cost is based on as of today, if you were to retire them, and then as you move forward, towards retiring those assets, that amount increases slowly over time, so that when you get to that, and I guess that considered retirement date, you'll have funds set aside in order to retire those assets. So again, it's not these liabilities didn't exist, they just weren't necessarily reflected on the financial statements. And you'll see a number in there for prior year in relation to the adoption, and then the current year amount there. So that left the city here with an increase to the liability is about $50 million year over year when it comes to your concession liability as well as your asset retirement obligation, for a net financial deficit here of $30.9 million versus $15.9 asset position in the prior year. Now, when it comes to your non-financial assets, your tangible capital assets are up to $205 million from $156 million. So the next slide is a breakdown, and really you're going to see, although you have the concession liability sitting in it as a liability, you have the $53 million of the wastewater treatment plant P3 agreement asset added into your tangible capital assets when it comes to that as a city-owned asset. So although your net financial debt position is down, your non-financial asset position really increased significantly in relation to that asset. Other additions, land improvements, you saw airport work there as well, and then as well as machinery and equipment in relation to your green bin program there for about $400,000. When it comes to amortization, that's up to about $6.5 million, and that represents the usage of your assets. So as you buy assets that cost X amount of dollars, they last 10, 20, 30 years, you take a percentage of those assets into amortization, which then flows into your operating expenses for using those assets in the year. So you started the year at $156 million in net book value and are up to $205 million at year end. On the next slide, you'll see prepaid expenses at $455,000, inventory for consumption of $185,000, for a total non-financial asset position of about $205 million. Now, if you were to take your net financial debt position of $30.8, being C, add D, you get to your accumulated surplus, which is up to $174 million from $172, or about a $2 million increase year over year there. The next slide is a breakdown of your accumulated surplus. So you'll see that you have unrestricted surplus as well as restricted surplus. Makes up about $40 million, kind of your cash component of your accumulated surplus. And then your equity and tangible capital assets of $135, representing the amount of tangible capital asset additions or increase there in the year. So with that said, the year-over-year change in your unrestricted and restricted surplus, about $3.1 million, tangible capital assets about 1.1, which makes up the 2.05 million annual surplus that you'll see later on as we go through the statement of operations, and that change year over year. This accumulated remeasurement gains and losses, this represents what I talked about earlier, those principal protected notes. So right now, those principal protected notes are in the money, so if they were to be sold, you would realize a gain of $59,000, but right now it sits in here in your accumulated surplus until the time that they're sold or they mature at the end of their life there. The next slide here is your operating revenue. So on your statement of operations, this shows that the city has operating revenue about $35.3 million, which is down about $1.8 million or 4.9% from prior year's $37. So you saw your net municipal property taxes up about 2%, mainly in relation to assessment value increases. Franchise and concession contracts were up a bit in relation to payments from ATCO and Fortis. When it comes to your sales and user charges, mainly made up of garbage collection there, as well as recreational revenue, as again your water and wastewater is associated with Peace Hills Utilities. Other changes year over year in relation to earnings of Peace Hills Utilities, so about $2 million versus 4.6, and that's really in relation to the net income that's earned from that entity that then comes into here. And that's really the result of the change that you're seeing from the 1.8 million year over year there. When it comes to the budget of 30 and actual 35, so you're seeing about a $5.4 million increase there, or about 17.9%. On the next slide here is just a bit of a pie chart showing you where your funds are coming from. So 54% from taxes, about 9% from franchise and concession contracts, user fees at 9% as well, and then government operating grants about 8% there. The next slide is a breakdown of where your expenses were at, so by function or by department. You'll see protective services at 8.4 million at the top there, transportation of 8.1. When it comes to administration, you see an increase here up to 6.1 from 5.2. This is in relation really to bad debts or allowances. So when it comes to your taxes, there was an allowance generated there, so you saw an expense go into that, and as well as your cost funding when it comes to the city and the county there. There's about 600,000 of expense that came into there for prior years setup of receivables, so that's why you're seeing a change in that category. Other changes here of note, water supply and distribution, so down up to 1.8 from 1.4. So the city is paying electricity, gas when in relation to PCL's utilities, and there is an offsetting revenue recovery, so it's shown on a gross basis. So although you have a higher expense, there's additional revenue coming as well to net that out there. Waste management up to 1.4 from $1 million, so this is the first full year of your new waste collection contract there. And then as well as wastewater treatment and disposal, so that's up to 1.2 from 483. So we had talked about the $50 million wastewater treatment plant asset addition there. Well, there's $700,000 of amortization expense associated with that. So again, as it goes through its useful life, say 40, 50 years, there's a portion of that amount gets expensed every year in relation to amortization. So there's a big chunk in there. So that left your expenses up to 37 from 33, or about 3.3 million, and then as well as 3.9 million, or 10.5% increase when it comes to the budget there. The next slide here is expenses by function, but kind of on a chart. So this line represents your budget. The light blue represents your current year, and the dark blue represents the prior year. So you'll see under transportation, the budget was below, actual was above. Really, the increase there was in relation to your amortization expense associated with that department, as well as you did have more wages, more full-time people in that department there. When it comes to your water supply and distribution, so this is just budgeted $485,000, so that's why that one is above, mainly in relation again to amortization expense in relation to that department's assets, whereas the costs are really associated with PCL's utility. When it comes to planning and development, you had additional legal fees versus what was budgeted for, so that's why you see that one above the line. When it comes to culture as well, there, when it comes to the budgeting amount, so that's in relation to, actually I can't, 1.1 million, sorry, wasn't budgeted for. When it comes to water, wastewater, again, same thing with the Peace Hills, and then same with FCSS, as that is not in there as well. Sorry, the culture one was in relation to the library. So because the library has their own, FCSS has their own, and then Peace Hills is water and wastewater, that's why you're seeing those actual costs exceed what you're budgeting for, because they are on their own financial statements, whereas the budget doesn't have the amounts in here. So that's why you're seeing those over. On the next slide here, expenses by object. Salaries, wages, and benefits, so you did increase year over year, but still under your what you expected for, so an increase in the FTE there. Contract and general services in relation to your waste collections, that's why you're seeing kind of the change in that. Amortization expense up to 6.6 from 6.4. Other items of note come in relation to the provision for allowance. So I spoke to the change in administration, that has to do with the taxes and the ICF bad debts in there. But other than that, ends up again at 37 million versus 33, and then an increase from the budgeted amount there, mainly in relation to amortization expense. So on the next slide, if you were to take your total operating revenue less expenses, you end up with a deficit here of 1.7 million. You then have government transfers for capital of 2.6, as well as your amortization of the concession liability for total other income of 3.6 million, which then left the city at about a surplus of about $2 million year over year. You'll see in here a restatement, mainly the restatements in relation to the asset retirement obligation as the city adopted the accounting standard in the year, your public-private partnership amount there, and as well as in relation to tangible capital assets, which we were able to to reconcile those and get that schedule in line with what we needed to see. And as well as you had an RCMP retro pay amount. So there was 4 items there in relation to the restatement. That's why you see the change in your accumulated surplus year over year there from what was previously reported versus what is at the end now. So in turn, on the next slide, again, the city left with an annual surplus of $2 million versus prior year's $8 million. You switch kind of from a net financial asset position down to a debt position in relation to the concession liability where it comes to Peace Hills Utilities. In our summary for our audit findings report, we definitely have update in relation to findings from prior years there. New accounting policy adoptions, but no unusual estimates. No significant difficulties to identify. Just wanted to thank Toulouse, Rachel, and the finance team for all their help in getting us all the work we needed and being able to issue our opinion for the year. And I guess if anybody has any questions on the financial statement stuff, I can try to address those.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council approves the 2024 audited consolidated financial statements as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, my deck is different than what you just presented, so I don't know. My questions are actually going to be coming from.
I got the financial statements. You can go ahead. Yeah,
excellent.
go ahead. Yep.
Page 8, the family and community support. I think you answered that. Because we went from 486's actual to budgeted at 53,000. That had to do because of the library and FCSS.
Yeah, exactly. So the city will consolidate those entities into their financial statements, but because they're run independently, you're not necessarily putting the budget amount when you're doing your city budget there. Yeah.
Page 12, trade and other receivables. See if I can find it on here. There was a big difference between 23 to 24. And sorry, I'm just trying to find it here. Hopefully it's on page 12.
The government transfers.
I have in my notes trade and other receivables.
Like note 4?
I'm sorry?
Note 4 on the financial statements?
That could be. You know what, I'll skip over that. Sorry.
That's okay.
I should have made better notes. Page 26, the goods and services tax recoverable. Huge discrepancy. Any reason why that possibly could be? Like from one year to the next?
My thought would be that you do your returns more frequently, so I would have guessed last year that you probably didn't complete your returns as often as you are this year. That would be my guess. Not that you're getting less GST, but that they do get filed monthly, so the prior year might have been a buildup of months, whereas this year's probably filed more frequently, would be my.
And in your deck, you had 1.488 million in arrears in taxes, which kind of, any concern there?
No, the only concern is really if you're looking at properties where the amount of taxes you want to be collecting from them is exceeding what the potential assessment value is on those properties. So you do have a bit of that, which is why you do see an allowance here for $287,000, but not much of a concern. Usually, especially with an urban like yourselves, your property values are kind of exceeding what you're billing for taxes. It's more of a concern definitely on the rural side when it comes to a county, where you could have an industrial tax and then all of a sudden the company's bankrupt and you're not getting any money and it's back to farmland, right? So that can be a big swing there. But on your end, I don't see any concerns there. Obviously, you do have an allowance, so making sure that you're aware of that and dealing with those properties as needed, but yeah.
And also in your deck, you had $868,851 in doubtful accounts.
Yeah.
Previously, it was just under 400,000. I guess probably my question would be more to administration. Was that just cleaning up old?
Yeah, so I can actually talk to that. Yeah, so previously we had a receivable in relation to your inter-municipal collaboration funding, where we were expecting that there'd be more money, I believe, coming from the county. So now that the amounts have changed in relation to 2024, we had booked an allowance in relation to those funds, which caused the increase there.
So council had changed the invoiced amount to the county, and then not ratified on the, in our budget. So that's that deficiency there.
And finally, we've added a surplus of about $1.9 million to our balance sheet. Is that?
Yeah.
How much of that is that was added this year would be in cash?
The cash part would be deemed about 3.1 million, whereas you'll see the tangible capital assets actually decreased.
Okay, so what would happen if we collected $3.1 million less in taxation?
Well, a lot of things, I guess. It depends on what you.
No, so in other words, is a lot of, it's different ways of accounting, obviously, for the money, right? So what I'm wondering is, did we collect more money than what was necessary to conduct city business?
Well, it kind of depends, right? Because I know that obviously if you're looking at just what you're doing in the year, that can mean one thing, but you obviously have future, things that you're trying to build out. So depending on, what would be a good one here? Actually, I look at your. Yeah, I mean, note 24 kind of shows your budget data, so kind of what you're budgeting for versus what your actuals are. If you look at note 24, it shows the amounts coming from your financial statements in relation to which are set at public sector accounting standards. You then show your transfers from reserves, transfers to reserves, net into your cost recoveries, as well as your debt repayment principles. So it does show you as having definitely a surplus from your operations when it comes to funds that are being transferred in versus out after a surplus there. So I don't know if that kind of gives you a bit more idea of kind of what you're looking at. But again, depending on what you're trying to save for in the future or do, it kind of really depends. But it's good to look at what you're budgeting versus what your actual.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm good.
Good. Councillor Nielsen.
Just a couple of real quick questions. On one of your slides, you talked about expenses, and it showed a budget for water supply at 85,000 when the actual was 1.8. How does that tie in, or does it tie in with Peace Hills Utility?
It does, yeah. So let's see, how does that? So it doesn't really tie into that directly, but when you add the assets that Peace Hills Utility uses, those are on your books. So those assets have amortization expense associated with those. Or if you have any, debentures like this, so there's other costs that are not directly out of Peace Hills, but the amortization expense being the main one, that gets
Okay.
reflected in your books.
And that makes sense.
Yeah.
And the other item on the same slide, in terms of culture, we identified a budget of 365 and spent 1.2 million.
That's your library. So so you don't have the library, which I think is about 800-something thousand of expenses. You don't have a budget for that, as the library is separate with their own entity, but you do consolidate their operations into your books as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The other, previously we had, you had issued a qualified audit,
Previously, yeah,
and we are no longer qualified.
correct.
But there is an entry with regard under significant findings about procurement processes.
Oh, that's in the findings report. Yeah, I kind of talked a bit about that later.
Oh,
or
okay, I'll
now,
wait for
but
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep. Yeah, that was just mainly in relation to policies or improvements to kind of policies with that. Yeah, recommended procedures. Not that it doesn't impact the financial statement
All right,
opinion. Yeah.
thank you.
Yep.
That's got you covered?
Yes, thank you, sorry.
No problem. Anything else? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sue?
Just wondering, Mayor Gandam, if council wants to go in closed session with the auditor to go over the audit findings report?
I move to go in closed session.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Those in favor? Carried. All right, looking for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried. We will move into monthly city manager report to council and the community, 9.1.
I just have some questions related to what was
Absolutely,
reported.
yep.
And I know I could do an FIR or whatever, but given that this was made a public document, I think it's appropriate to answer so the public if they had any similar questions. Just 3 questions that come out of it. So through the chair to you, Sue, you indicated that the census is only 50% complete. The timeline is coming to a close here shortly. And so my question is, what are the next steps to ensure that our census is actually accurate if we're only 50% done?
I can answer that one. My name is Jessica, and I have been our census coordinator since, a few months now. As of this morning, we are sitting at 86% complete, and our next steps are to finish up in the next week by June 30th, our enumerating, and once that is done, we can pull our reports. And once those are pulled, we have already started our quality assurance callbacks. So legislatively, we call back 356 of our census participants to ensure quality. And we have the reports and forms from the province that I will be filling out, and we will make sure everything is accurate and quadruple checked before we submit to them in September.
I should add to that as well, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Typical participation rate is between 60 and 65%. So this is spectacular.
Well done.
Yeah. And then there is a formula that we use, just correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that doesn't give us their data, we assume 2.5 persons per household for the remaining houses that have not submitted.
And I made an assumption, obviously incorrectly, that we determine where we didn't hear, and we actually go out and pound on doors. But you do it through a formula process?
Right, so they do go to the doors from the ones that we don't hear, but there are still people who are either not going to respond or ask Jess to leave. She's been really aggressive about getting at least numbers so that we can have the data so that she will leave their house. And then there is an approved provincial process to assume the ones who don't report.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
My next question.
Sorry, if I may, through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, the forms that are provided from the province, they do our estimation work for us. So we put in our numbers that we have accurately gained, and the form that they have automatically estimates any of the numbers that we didn't get for our dwellings.
Great, thank you. My next question is related to Parks and Transportation Supervisor position being vacant at this time. So how is this currently being handled in the meantime?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we did go Canada-wide on that search, and I believe we interviewed a few people last week, and we may be concluding this one fairly soon.
But in the interim, how is that being handled in terms of a supervisory role?
We always have the ability for people to be acting above, so if there were lead hands or anybody that was available internally for succession planning and experience, they would be put into those roles acting.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is in relation to the notation on recreation, that the day programs are only 60% at 60% capacity, so we're opening up drop-in registration. So does that mean that the only way we have been currently taking registration is online? So I could not go in, up until this point, I could not go in and register personally?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, you can register a number of different ways, but you had to register for the entire program, and now they're saying we'll just allow certain days to open up if you just want to drop in.
Oh, okay. I thought it was drop-in registration as opposed to
Oh, a
dropping in
drop-in.
programming.
It's my grammar.
Great, no.
Sorry.
All my questions answered, thank you.
Anything further? Do you want to make that motion, Councillor Nielsen?
I move the council receives the city manager's report as information.
Those in favor? Carried. Item 10.1, rescinding of policy CO-030, development contributions policy.
Good morning, Council. The purpose of this report is to request Council approval to rescind the outdated development contributions policy CO-030. This policy was approved in 2010 and is no longer relevant for a number of reasons. First of all, it contemplates city financial contributions for municipal services that are normally the responsibility of a developer. The policy does not have a budget from which to draw to fund the contributions at the moment. The city, it does not appear that a request for contribution has ever in fact been made under this policy, and we have a number of other initiatives and programs in place to support development at this time. And so notably these include the recently approved residential development incentive, the completion of pre-development studies on city-owned industrial land, no machinery and equipment tax, a facade improvement grant, and then economic development and planning staff who are accessible to developers as well. So with that summary, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council rescind policy CO-030, development contributions policy.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Emily. I totally understand the reason for this being here, and I will support it. But the question coming out of it is, it's mentioned that there's a construction of new services normally responsible of the developer. An off-site levy bylaw is currently being developed, is how this reads. And that is to provide clearer framework for developer contributions to the funding of the new services. So while we wait for the new bylaw, how are we ensuring that potential developers are clearly understanding their responsibilities? And you've indicated that you've got all these different people available to provide some direction. So my question is this: are we or will we be implementing new development expectations before the new policy bylaw is passed?
Through the chair, Councillor Nielsen, just to clarify, will there be new expectations before the offsite levy bylaw is updated?
Say it again, please.
I'm just, to clarify your question, you're asking whether there will be new development expectations before the offsite levy bylaw is passed.
Correct.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, no, we don't expect that there will be changes to that. And so responsibilities that developers currently have will remain the same, and to the extent that there are questions about them, they can be resolved through discussion with staff.
Great, thank you.
Anything further? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 10.2, rescinding of policy CO-034, lead water pipe replacement.
Good morning, Council. So the purpose of this report is to request Council approval to rescind this policy because it is now within the scope of Peace Hills Utilities Incorporated. So this is no longer relevant with the City of Wetaskiwin. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that council rescind policy CO-034 lead water pipe replacement policy. I have one question.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Kathy. So just for clarification's sake, for Peace Hills Utilities, do they already have a policy in place for lead pipe replacement, or is that something that they're going to have to develop at some point?
Through the chair to Council. So at this time, the policy has not been approved at the board, but there will be a policy presented in the next couple of meetings.
Okay, so it is in the works.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Anything further? Those in favor? Carried. Item 10.3, 2026 budget schedule.
Good morning, Council. The purpose of this RFD is to provide Council with proposed dates for the 2026 budget deliberations. The proposed dates for the budget deliberations are as follows. September 8, 2025 for the capital budget deliberations, November 24th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. for outside agencies to present to council. The outside agencies are RCMP, FCSS, and the Wetaskiwin Public Library. The budget engagement for the capital budget will be held on September 16, 2025. Operating budget deliberations and the fees and charges bylaw are scheduled for November 25th, 26th, and 27th of 2025, with public engagement to be held on December 2nd, 2025. This year, we intend to hold 3 public engagement sessions on the same day. One of them is proposed to be held at the Senior Center, one at a recreation facility, and one at the mall. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz,
I move that City Council approves the 2025 budget schedule as presented.
moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Yes. Through the chair to Lou, the report indicates that we did public engagement process at the City House, City Open House on June 7th. What information was collected, and when would council see a report on that engagement piece?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, we are gathering the information and will summarize it and have the CAO review it, and we can aim to have that to you at the next council meeting.
Thank you. And also, one of the last statements in this report says that admin will apply inflation adjustments to line items that required. Are we anticipating varied inflation adjustments based on the department, or is it simply an inflation adjustment period across the board?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, we do not simply apply inflationary adjustments across the board, but where, for example, we have a contract and it's been included in the contract that the price will change, we will incorporate that into the budget as opposed to creating an operating business case for that. Where, for example, we know that the price of items, say stationery, has gone up and it's not significant, and we can see that its price changes in the market, we will incorporate that into the base budget. We do not apply a solid inflationary percentage across board.
Thank you. And my last question is related to a statement that the capital budget will be published on the same date for public as it is for council. Do we have an anticipated date for that publication?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, in the past we have provided the capital budget package prior to council, prior to providing the package to the public. However, this year, due to constraints around the election, our timing is a little bit more constricted. So we did want to let council know ahead that the same day that the agenda for the capital budget is released and the package is released to the public is the same day that council will also get it.
And do you have a target date?
The Thursday prior to the meeting, so the Thursday ahead. Thank you.
That's it, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, how is it that the election is going to impact us getting information on a budget item?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, the first meeting that's scheduled after elections is September.
That's okay, it's October. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, when we were actually working back through, it's because of the election, we moved everything forward, and our timelines are too tight, so we had to give, so internally everything will be coming to us, and then in August, everybody has to have everything finalized. And so by the time we worked through the agenda schedules back from the open house and the deliberations, and then the time we're asking you to approve it, it's the approval one that you won't get until the same time as the public gets. And we needed that because of the timing of everything else that we have going on.
So the capital budget deliberation information is that the one that you're saying is going to be presented at the same time publicly and to us? Or we will get that ahead of time?
So the capital budget, the deliberation stuff you'll get ahead of time. It's the, when you're asked to make the decision, so the public engagement is September 16th, if I remember correctly, and then the next meeting is the 22nd. So there's not enough time for us to summarize everything and get it to you 10 days ahead of the meeting. So you'll get it with the public just for that September 26th or second meeting, that last September meeting. So it's just going to be the results. You'll have the deliberation package ahead of time.
And was this the same as what it was 4 years ago?
Last year.
No, 4 years ago, when there were concerns about election.
We didn't do capital outside of operating 4 years ago, but last year we did. We started that process where we could get that ahead of time. And maybe in a future year, when we look at that for an election year, maybe we'll move it to August so that we're not constrained because of the election.
Good. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Sue. Sue, you said people have to have their budgets in by August?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott. So all the capital charters are in, but the budgets have to be updated as close as possible to when we present to council.
So will that include FCSS and the library?
I don't think they have any capital projects. I haven't heard that they've got any capital projects
Okay.
coming in.
So just asking as the library board representative, when do you expect the budget coming in from the library and from FCSS?
I think they've already been communicated with the operating stuff, so they have to,
Just for their November presentation?
yeah, they just have to get it in early enough for the present. So November 24th is the presentation for council.
Yes.
They have to have it in 10 days prior so that we could publish it to council.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Those in favor? Carried. Item 10.4, property tax cancellation request.
Hello again, Council. This property tax cancellation was presented to Council at the April 28th Council meeting. It's based on a request from the Jubilee Place Designated Manufactured Home Community, requested a write-off on tax roll 190690 in the amount of $9,919.91. At that time, Council had requested that administration provide alternate options to the recovery of this property. However, in discussions with Alberta Municipal Affairs and trying to investigate other collection measures, the only measure that we were presented with was that that council could choose to dispose of the designated manufactured home. However, this designated manufactured home is worth $0 and has been assessed at $0 since 2020. So at this point, I wanted to present our report back to council, and administration's request is still that council approves the write-off of the property tax balance of $9,919.91 on tax roll 190690.
Councillor Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council approve administration to write off the remaining property tax balance of $9,919.91 owing on tax roll 190690.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? What if we don't?
Through the chair to Mayor Gandam, just as presented by our auditors earlier this morning, that line under taxes receivable that says allowance for doubtful accounts, that balance will just continue to stay in there. It would remain as a receivable on our records, but it would be bad debt because we know that it is irrecoverable.
And what is the property owner's ability to take it out, take that trailer off and replace it with something else, or mobile home and replace it with something else?
Through the chair to Councillor, to Mayor Gandam, we're unable to reach the owner of the designated manufactured home. It has been abandoned for a while. The request is from the management.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What is their ability to remove that trailer if we don't write this debt off?
Oh, through the chair to Mayor Gandam, based on per section 43605 of the Municipal Government Act, they cannot remove the property without council's consent.
Yeah, and whose responsibility is it to have, is it the city's responsibility to have kept up with the owner and its property left on that property, or is it up to the management of that? Sorry, my last question was leading into this one. Is up to the management of that property?
Through the chair to Councillor to Mayor Gandam, the responsibility for keeping up with property taxes till the end of 2025 was with the owner of the unit itself. Beginning January 1st, 2026, we will transition to having the owners of the designated manufactured home community be the assessed persons for every unit on their property, at which time it will become their responsibility.
Sorry, what I mean is, as the owner left the trailer there, was it our responsibility as a city or municipality to have kept up with the owner, or was it on the property manager to have kept up with the owner to be able to remove that trailer?
Through the chair to Mayor Gandam, I would have to seek legal on that. The Act is silent on that piece.
Anything further? I struggle really bad with this. I don't want to write this debt off. I understand the property management's desire to have this written off so that they can move forward with a new property being placed on there. In turn, the city would receive the property taxes for that moving forward. And I just hate writing off bad debt from people who don't pay their bills and leave it to somebody else, which would include the costs of removing the unit off of that property. So begrudgingly, I will support the motion only to have us move on with what needs to be done there. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, more of a statement. The good news is, and I agree with what you say, that we'll be changing the bylaws so that we don't run into this situation again next year, I believe. So, but yeah, it's puts us in an awful position.
Councillor Nielsen. Okay. Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? Did you vote in favor, Councillor Billingsley? Did I not vote? You didn't vote.
No, in favor.
Okay. Carried unanimously. Item 12.1, Bylaw 2095-25, Land Use Bylaw, minor amendments.
Good morning, Council. The purpose of this report is to present 3 sets of minor amendments to the land use bylaw for Council's consideration for second and third reading. These are detailed in Attachment 2 to the request for decision and were the subject of a public hearing earlier in this meeting. The first group of amendments is to update the language in the land use bylaw around receipt of applications to correspond more closely to the Municipal Government Act in drawing a distinction between when an application is received and when it is deemed complete, which is relevant for the timelines involved. The second amendment is to eliminate permit requirements for temporary event signage, up to 5 signs, provided they meet the general requirements for this signage in the land use bylaw. This is in keeping with other recent initiatives to streamline the approvals required for special events in the city. And finally, the third group of amendments is to clarify when development permits will be required for solar panel installations, exempt most of these installations from a development permit, and provide a framework for evaluating the small number of installations that might require a development permit. Our land use bylaw is currently silent on these requirements, and so this set of proposed amendments is meant to provide clear guidelines that also minimize administrative requirements and applicant fees. And with that overview, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the council give second reading to bylaw 2095-25 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion?
I
Yeah,
do have
go ahead.
a real quick question. It's more curiosity than anything, but when we align with the MGA talks about 20 days after receipt of the development permit and 40 days following the date of application to determine completeness. Is this more lenient or less lenient than the process that we've been following?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I would say it is simply clearer. Right now, it's just not all that clear when we are evaluating something as received versus complete, and so if there ever was a challenge potentially to our timelines, we might not have the clear date of received versus complete that we might need to assess that.
So it shouldn't change anything in relation to our ability to process development permits then?
Through the chair, no, it's not going to change our practices at all.
Okay, thank you.
Any further?
Sorry, one additional note. My apologies. Through the chair, Councillor Nielsen, it does give us, in terms of our practices, more leeway to send a formal notice deeming the application complete.
Okay, thank you.
Those in favor, second reading? Carried.
I move the council gives third reading to bylaw 2095-25 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 12.2, bylaw 2093-25 and 2094-25 to redesignate and redistrict 5523 49th Avenue to highway commercial.
Good morning. The purpose of this report is to present two bylaws to change the land use of 5523 49th Avenue from residential to commercial land use. Administration recommends that council approve bylaw 2093-25 to redesignate 5523 49th Avenue from established neighborhood to commercial in the municipal development plan, and bylaw 2094-25 to redistrict the same property from R2 low-density residential to C3 highway commercial under the land use bylaw. The application to make these amendments was received in conjunction with an application to consolidate 5523 and 5527 49th Avenue. This application has been conditionally approved, so the land use amendments would ensure that the new consolidated parcel has consistent land use designation and zoning. Currently, the zoning in that area has highway commercial development backing onto low-density residential at this site and also along quite a bit of 56th Street. So these amendments adjust the boundaries between the two designations, but don't significantly change the existing relationship between land uses in this area. And I'm happy to take questions.
You don't have it either?
No, I don't have this in my agenda.
Do you have it? Yeah. Try refreshing it. I wasn't able to, try refreshing your agenda. I wasn't able to get it either.
When was this added?
Sue?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, it was done when the agenda was sent to council, but for whatever reason, iCompass was having problems publishing it, and all of us got it at various times over the last week.
I struggle of us making a decision when I've never received the information.
It has been, when it got republished to the public last week, it has been on there since then. And also first reading was June 9th. So this is the third time you're seeing this.
Yes, but it wasn't, and I still don't have it. Did yours show up on your agenda?
Nope.
No,
I had to
mine
get a
either.
paper copy.
I have sat with Jessica and she's pulled it up on our iCompass site. It is there.
We could also go to the public hearing part of it. At least there's some information there.
Yep. I move that City Council give second reading to Bylaw 2093-25, amending the Municipal Development Plan, Bylaw 2074-24. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. I move that City Council give third reading to Bylaw 2093-25, amending the Municipal Development Plan, Bylaw 2074-24. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. I move that City Council give second reading to Bylaw 2094-25, amending Land Use Bylaw 1804-13. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. I move that City Council give third reading to Bylaw 2094-25, amending Land Use Bylaw 1804-13. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 13.1, the FIR for Board Rider, pulled from consent. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you very much. The reason it's under correspondence is because we've received information from administration as to the actions they've taken based on a request made of council, and I appreciate that report. And that had to do with potentially selling pieces of the board rider to other communities, and nothing was able to be done in that regard, so that direction was closed. However, it's my recollection, and I could be corrected, in previous discussions, we entertained a number of different conversations. One was to pull turbines for assessment. That was defeated. Then we had a lengthy conversation about options for that area. And some of the ideas that were thrown out were to create a spray area, create a storage area, create a viewing area, creating a play area for children as part of that conversation. And coming out of that was then a motion to potentially sell pieces of that, which was investigated and it was not feasible. So I guess currently, none of the other options that were talked about have been investigated, nor had they been directed to be investigated. They were just part of a conversation. So currently, how is the area being used, and who has decided on how this use was arrived at?
Through the chair to council. Currently, the area is fenced off with a fence, so as to not impede or provide public safety around the area, and it's just used for storage right now. That was the best use of the space based on no council direction up till that point.
Just for clarity, you're saying based on council direction? So, sorry, are you saying we directed you to use it as storage?
No, that was, I said through the chair to council, that was the best use of the space based on no council direction.
Oh, sorry, thank you. So I do know that the area is fenced off, and I know the upper portion of the board rider is being used for storage of various pieces of equipment and so forth. But the pit that the actual water ran into, is that also just being used as a storage pit?
Through the chair to council, some of the components cannot be used for storage because they're in the basement. So we've utilized some of those components to integrate into the other functioning parts of the pool. Does that answer your?
No, sorry, and I probably misled you on that in how I stated it. The pit that where the water ran in and the waves were created, is that also part of that storage? So we've got storage on the upper deck, and we're using it, the pit itself, as storage as well?
Through the chair to council, there is some storage there, but most of it is empty.
I guess, and I, to be honest, I don't know how to proceed with this, Mr. Mayor. If this group is happy with that area just being a storage area, then I guess so be it. But I do know that the conversation was, how can we best utilize that area and make the area as attractive as possible without not just turning it into an area, in my opinion, where it looks like we've created a space to just store stuff. Through the chair to Sue then, the process of bringing this back for further conversation, is that just an agenda request then?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so administration did have a operating business case or capital charter that they were putting in until you had put in your list, and so they're actually developing it out right now, and it should be coming to you this week for final review, so then we'll just put it into the budget discussions for 2026.
Okay, so it won't be lost then?
No.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Make the motion to accept as information.
I would do so.
Any further discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please.
So moved.
Those in favor? Welcome back. Look for a motion to come out of closed session, please. Councillor Nielsen, those in favor? Carried. We're going to break for lunch until 1:20. right, welcome back from lunch. And I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Into
All right, welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried, thank you. New business. I've got a couple items I would like to add to new business. One would be a co-statement with the Friendship Center and the delegation that we'd had earlier on today. And the second would be repealing bylaws on 62nd Street for the local improvement and just making sure the amount owed is the same all the way across, with the option of refunds for those who have prepaid. So for the first one on the co-statement, sorry, I should ask if there's anything else for new business. For the first one on a co-statement, working with Friendship Center, those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed?
Sorry, I'm slow right now.
That's okay. In favor or opposed? In favor, okay. And the 62nd Street local improvement, those in favor? Carried, thank you. So that'll be 15-4 and 15-5. So 15-1, motion coming out of closed session from June 9th, 2025, regular council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was some technical difficulties at the last meeting, and council had delayed a decision until all members could be present, and we inadvertently forgot about it before we closed out for the day. So this is just a motion based on a discussion in closed session to exercise our option to purchase land back that has not met the conditions of the sales agreement.
Any discussion?
I move the council exercises its option under Addendum A of Purchase Contract 06302022, items 1 and 3, with respect to the sale of Plan 1520101, Block 57, Lot 2.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley.
Well done.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Item 15-2, transfer to stabilization reserve.
Good afternoon, Council. The purpose of this RFD is to request that excess taxation dollars in the amount of $356,788 be transferred to the stabilization reserves. During the 2025 budget deliberation, Council stabilized the budget with $571,479, which represented a 3% tax rate increase. However, when the property tax levies were levied this year, the excess revenue above the budgeted amount was $356,788. Administration is requesting that these funds be transferred to the stabilization reserve. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
I would move that council approves the transfer of $356,788 from taxation revenue to the stabilization reserve.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, through the chair, to administration. So I want to be clear that when we did budget, we established a finite budget number. And then we subsidized that by a transfer of $571,000 from the stabilization reserve. So when we say we have exceeded the budgeted amount, are we talking about the original budgeted amount, or are we talking about the budgeted amount minus the 571?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, we have not exceeded the budget amount in any way, shape, or form. The $571,479 was a portion of revenue in the budget so that council did not raise taxes by 8.97%, did not raise the tax rate by 8.97%. Council opted to raise the tax rate by 5.97%. When the final assessments came in, as presented by our assessor, there was some slight inflationary increases in the assessments that residents received, which resulted in a bit more being generated through taxation. That's the excess that I'm asking to have transferred to the stabilization reserve.
Assessment based on the tax rate gave us an extra $356,000. So that would go back into the stabilization reserve. Had we have not done that before, or had we have had that money before, we could have taken less from that 571, and so it just balances itself out.
And all I was trying to establish is when we use the term budget, taxation exceeded the budgeted amount. And I was just looking at whether we're talking about the original budget amount for the subsidy or after the subsidy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further? Those in favor? Carried. We've done 15.3. 15.4 is the co-statement, and I didn't have anything prepared. I apologize. So we'd had that delegation earlier on today. I would like the city to work with the organization who was successful in that grant application to release a statement on behalf of the city, working together with the organization, and I don't know what they are called. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I guess we'll have to find out exactly what I mean by work with, because there was some of the presentation that, for myself, was very wonderful. Like lots of solid, good things in there. I'm not saying the other ones weren't, but might not necessarily be what I personally agree with. So I'm wondering if we don't need to have a little bit of discussion of exactly what we would be supporting.
Sure. If I made a motion that said council would support a partnership with the Samson Cree Nation on the Friendship Center initiative, and then we would work on the release together.
If we're going to get into debate, I could not support that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said if that's the statement, I can't support that.
No, that's not the statement. We're working with that group to establish that statement.
That
So
I could support.
Council is working with that group,
support.
yes.
In other words, show me what exactly we're going, what we
What
would
we're
be
supporting. Yep. Can you help me with that draft? Please. Not just administration, but council as well. So we have an understanding of what we're supporting. That you could say that council and administration work with the Samson Cree Nation Friendship Center delegation to establish a supportive collective statement to the public. I'll open it up for discussion. Yes.
Okay, so is the statement going to be of exactly, will it come back to us to debate of what we want as a council, of what this looks like, what we're willing to support?
Yes, that's why I say it's council and administration working with Samson Cree Nation to establish a supportive collective statement. So it's both of us. And then it would still need to be approved by council.
And in the meantime, that organization is going to continue to doing some of the service that they're doing, right?
Yep.
Awesome.
Anything further? Those in favor? Opposed? In favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. Carried unanimously. 15, 2025. Looking for a motion to repeal 3 bylaws. And I don't have the number of those bylaws. Sue, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if the motion could just be a notice of motion to repeal, and then we'll bring them back for the next council meeting. We know which bylaws need to be, and then we'll have also first reading, at least first reading of the new bylaw that would meet council's intention.
Okay. So then no motion made. I'm just going to make a notice of motion that at the next council meeting, this will be coming back. I'm going to take a 4-minute recess for 1 second. I just want to clarify. Thank you. Okay, so my notice of motion will be for the July 9th meeting, bringing back the 3 bylaws for the local improvement on 62nd Street. What had been discussed in council 2 meetings ago, there was discrepancies in what was given for a verbal, an understanding, and what was in the actual bylaw and the letter sent out to the residents. And so what I want to have done is brought back those 3 bylaws for repeal, the 4th bylaw for approval. I'd be looking for council approval on refunding any monies that have been paid to date, and then establishing a 25-year payment plan for the remainder of the $5,200 and change on the residents' portion of the local improvement. Anything else? We will adjourn at 14:32. Thank you.